Mayor, with just a few minutes to go, I have started the live stream, but our microphones are not yet on.
Okay, good afternoon. Welcome to the Town of Rocky Mountain House. It's the December 6th, 2022 regular council meeting. It's 1 p.m. and so I'm going to call this meeting to order. Going forward in the agenda, 2.1, acknowledgement of Indigenous people. The Town of Rocky Mountain House, which is to acknowledge that the land on which we gather is Treaty 6 territory and a traditional meeting ground and home for many Indigenous people, including the Blackfoot, Cree, Saulteaux, Stoney, and Métis. 3.1, welcome to Councillor Shippold. So welcome to your first council meeting. Congratulations. The Town of Rocky Mountain House welcomes Councillor Shippold to the Town Council, elected in the by-election on November 21st, 2022. Councillor Shippold was sworn into the office of councillor at the council orientation session held on November 25th of 2022. So 4.1, adoption of the agenda for December 6th, 2022 regular council meeting. There has been one change. If you look at 9.5, the RFD for highway commercial lot offer, that is no longer needed to be discussed, so that item on the agenda will be removed from today's agenda. Is there any other changes to the agenda today? Seeing none, I'll call that motion to a vote. We've got an adoption of the agenda as...
I will make a motion that we adopt the agenda as amended.
Thank you very much. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. Oh, so 5.1, we have a delegations from Kiana Almond, Amanda Fisher, and friends. Thank you very much for coming. So please move forward to the microphones, and it's your time. So just a reminder that I give you 10 minutes for your presentation, and then we'll have questions afterwards. And also press the button in front of you, the big one, to turn your mic on.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I'm Kiana Allman, these are my associates. We have come before you today to request reconsideration of the decision as to the placement of the new dog park. We took it upon ourselves to conduct a survey of members of the town and county regarding their opinions on the dog park location. We had approximately 80 respondents over a survey period of 2 weeks. We pulled from a map of suggested locations that the Town of Rocky Mountain House had released, as well as previous suggested locations from the 2017 Master Recreation Plan. We took public feedback as to locations that people thought might also be viable, as well as amenities that they wanted to have included in the dog park. We have a fantastic opportunity to create a community space that can realistically be used for decades, and we'd love to see it designed thoughtfully and with an eye to how to serve a growing community going forward. Through our survey, we were able to get an idea of what people want and need in the dog park. This dog park serves Rocky and the County of Clearwater. Being one of the very few dog parks in the area, it is important that the park is constructed to be able to care for all of the dogs in this region. Of the suggested locations seen on this map, the top choice was number 1, located at the north end of town, surrounding the stormwater pond. This one is a great option due to its spacious size, connection to walking paths, natural foliage, and ability to add infrastructure such as parking lots or washrooms nearby as needed. This was also one of the recommended areas included on the 2017 Recreation Master Plan as a viable option because that land isn't useful for much other development, so a dog park would be a good use of that space. This location is also ideal because it's far enough away from the central core of Rocky as to not spread too much disease and parasites, which are prevalent in pretty much every dog park. The second top choice was number 6, down by Creekside, located next to Quinn Park. This is also a good option just because it's high, it's dry, it's flat, and it's easily accessible by walking path and highway. It would probably require a little bit more development to add foliage and parking lots and whatnot, but was another highly voted one. If you examine some off-leash parks in our region, you'll find that many of them are larger than our current and proposed parks, especially since we live in a community that has lots of green space and space around it. For example, similarly sized Olds has a 16-acre dog park, and Sylvan Lake has a very popular, well-loved 12 acres. Blackfalds has a smaller 8-acre park, but it features things such as agility equipment, a separate small dog park, parking, and water access. Even Eckville, which has a population of 1,100, has a securely fenced park with a pond, washrooms, and lighting. Larger dog parks help to promote dogs and owner safety as they provide more space, which means that animals are in less contact with each other and less likely to start dog fights. In our survey, we also asked the public what amenities they'd be most interested in seeing in the new dog park. The majority of respondents wanted water access, whether it was a water line or a natural water source such as a pond. This is important for dog health and safety, especially in summer months when heat stroke becomes more of a risk. Another majority vote was for a completely and securely fenced park so dogs cannot run off or become lost. And additionally, other people would like to see some form of enrichment or stimulation, such as play equipment, agility equipment, or just having a nicely designed natural space with plenty of foliage and walking paths.
A primary concern that we wanted to bring to the town is that of safety and liability issues surrounding the proposed location. From a health and safety standpoint, dogs can carry many diseases and parasites, although most dogs are dewormed and vaccinated. However, those that aren't leave behind human transmissible parasites and canine diseases such as parvo and kennel cough. These pathogens can be carried by people, therefore unknowingly putting their own pets at risk without having been to the dog parks themselves. Even if people aren't passing through the dog park, the proposed location is perched on a hill directly overlooking Diamond Number 5, which means that shed rainwater and snowmelt will wash all animal feces and urine through the ball diamond. Survey respondents were concerned by the lack of public participation and engagement requested for choosing a dog park location. We wanted to draw the council's attention to some public participation policies that are relevant to the selection of the dog park location. The Public Participation Policy 002/2018 states as follows: public participation plans will at minimum include a communication plan to inform the public and opportunities to provide input, identification of the tools to be utilized, timelines for participation, info on how the info will be used, and location of required information if applicable. Section 6B states that a report shall be made and presented to council with, at minimum, an overview of the plan, how it was developed, an assessment of the effectiveness of the plan, a summary of the input obtained, and any potential recommendations for future public participation plans. In following this policy, stakeholders such as dog owners and the Rocky Ballpark Association should have been consulted in this process. A critical and ongoing part of the Recreation Master Plan is the community engagement process, which is necessary to effectively deliver a community-oriented park and recreation system. Engaging the community ensures key stakeholders are included in the creation of the master plan, ensuring it will be supported by both town and county council, administration, stakeholder groups, and the diverse users. This policy can be found on page 4 of the Recreation Master Plan. Page 8 of the master plan also states, we envision a Canada in which everyone is engaged in meaningful, accessible recreation that experiences that foster individual well-being, community well-being, and the well-being of our natural built environments. By ensuring the new dog park is accessible and enjoyable for all members of the community, the town of Rocky Mountain House would be taking large steps toward meeting the criteria laid out by the Canadian Parks and Rec Association towards more inclusive, active, and healthy communities. Accessibility of the dog park for all members of the community is critical for any further development in the town. This means that any facilities and infrastructure constructed must be accessible to all people regardless of impairments. Infrastructure with the new dog park that would make it accessible include handicap accessible gates and parking, paths or catwalks within the park that those with mobility aids will be able to move over, and including multiple seating areas for those unable to stand for extended periods of time. Being disabled does not preclude anyone from being a fully involved dog owner.
It has come to the attention of the Board of the Rocky and District Baseball Association that the town has made plans to relocate the current off-leash dog park to the green space adjacent to the parking lot south of Diamond One at the Rocky Ball Diamonds. On behalf of the association of the majority users and stakeholders of the Rocky Mountain House ball fields, please allow me a moment to express our concerns about the planned new site. Minor ball and slow pitch brought in a minimum total of 470 users in one season, each of whom was a paying registrant. Jointly, the two associations paid approximately $18,000 to the town for unhindered use of the ballpark. In addition, the RDBA has contributed $16,000 in funds to see upgrades and maintenance undertaken at the park. The RDBA has hosted several tournaments and received recognition from Baseball Canada. In the light of these successes, it is the hope of the RDBA that any and all development in the area surrounding the ball diamonds would be baseball related. The green spaces are used to warm up before games, to picnic and spectate. Rocky Mountain House is a ballpark that, with the right care, direction, and community support, could be one of the nicer facilities in Alberta. Our association has worked diligently and in cooperation with town employees to make the ballpark flourish and grow. Regarding the planned use of one of these green spaces for a dog park, it should be noted that the town employees and the association members already have experienced people using the parks as a dog run. Even with proper signage in place, dog owners are using the diamonds as a space to unleash their pets. Unfortunately, many who use that space in this way are not cleaning up after their dogs. On this note, relocation of the dog park to this space poses several perils. Participants in the RDBA ball program accept certain risks to both body and possessions, and all registered ball diamond users are required to sign a waiver in order to use the facilities and to participate in programs. On any given evening, foul balls fly out of the diamonds toward parked cars and towards spectators. As a field user and ball player, I understand that in parking my vehicle near a game, I run the risk of damage. There is also the possibility that if you're not paying attention, I could take a foul ball. Placing the dog park as near to ball games as proposed would subject dog park users and their vehicles to the same risks. We can all agree that the most well-behaved dogs love to chase a ball. With children and adults playing catch and fields full of people throwing and catching balls, shouting and running, it seems inevitable that from time to time an excited dog would manage to escape his or her owner in order to join in the fun. While an adult player might be able to handle this scenario calmly, a dog in the midst of a group of 20 to 40 children ages 4 and 5, or any age of kids, would be a source of sheer panic and chaos. In such a scenario, there is a real possibility that a child could be hurt. This would be extremely frightening for the kids, even if it happened only once, and would most certainly prevent many from returning. Parents are also unlikely to want to subject their children to this risk, and so the prospect of escaping dogs has a very real and potential to undermine these early years of minor ball. On a Monday or Wednesday night, there is a major increase of traffic in the area surrounding the ball diamonds, as players and parents arrive and are dropped off and picked up all evening. On minor ball game nights and tournament weekends, numbers of vehicles and people increase further. The addition of dog park users to this traffic means there will be less available parking, which ends up in the Sobeys parking lot, as well as more people walking in the parking lots and on adjacent streets. Increased congestion of people and vehicles at these times adds an element of danger to drivers and pedestrians. Further, many animals can be overwhelmed or become overly enthusiastic in these kinds of conditions. Especially between the hours of 5:30 and 7:30 p.m. on these evenings, the parking lots are alive with children finishing practice, adults arriving at games, and vehicles moving all directions. With this level of distraction, noise, and movement, it is a lot to ask of any animal that it remain calm and not become overstimulated. Would it not be better to plan its use for something synergetic that would not only benefit field users and support the success of baseball in Rocky, but would also generate income for the town? The RDBA supports the development of an off-leash park, but we feel that the proposed site is inappropriate and does not reflect the spirit of cooperation that the RDBA and the town rec departments have been fostering. Rocky and District Baseball Association and its partners have made it their priority to see these ball fields maintained and enhanced for the community. We project a further investment of $32,000 into field projects and improvements in the coming year. With the understanding of unhampered and unhindered use, we respectfully ask you to reconsider your decision.
In summary, we've come before you, Madam Mayor and members of the council, to bring the public opinions to you and urge you to reevaluate the proposed location of the dog park to select one that better fits the needs of our community. Dog parks are such an important amenity that can serve thousands of dogs per year, including those owned by tourists, that having a great park as a destination will help convince people to come to and stay in Rocky for longer periods of time, as opposed to seeking out cities with better amenities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to ask council now if we have any questions for the delegation today. And I did want to commend you on your research. Thank you so much. It's too bad we didn't see this before we had our council meeting. Thank you so much for doing the work, though. Was there anyone that had any questions or comments for the delegation today? Councillor Auld?
Just a quick question. Your number one choice is the one furthest north in town, correct? And where's your number two?
Number 2 is
Quinn?
south end of town, in Creekside by Quinn Park.
By the Quinn Park. Do you not see that natural water body in your first choice as being an issue with it not being able to be upkept properly?
I mean, I don't think dogs care.
Can I just remind you to turn your mic back on? Yes. Thank you.
I can't imagine that with the amount of traffic that our dog parks get, that the body of water would really be impacted much by having dog traffic in there.
Don't think so? Okay.
Councillor Phillips?
Sorry, I just had one question. Some of the proposed sites I see are you aware that they're not town-owned land? They're land that we would have to purchase in order to make a dog park happen?
I'm not sure.
Okay, there are some that definitely we would have to purchase land in order to make some of these sites
If I
applicable.
may, this was the map that we were given based on what the town had set out before they had made the decision on number 5.
Yeah, I think where Councillor Phillips is going is that it doesn't, some of those locations that we said no to didn't have enough space. Is that why you were going with that?
Some of them wasn't just a space issue, it was the acquisition of the land itself, which, of course, that would be the biggest amount of money spent on any type of facility is the land. So that's, I just wanted to make sure that you're aware that some of these proposed facilities require us to purchase land from private individuals, that's all.
We are also aware that $25,000 in the budget doesn't go a whole lot. For example, Trevor was talking about when they had fenced the ballpark, how much just the fencing alone cost, right? And so that could be upwards of $18,000, right? So we're well aware of that. We are also willing to create a committee, right? Like a dog park committee. There are tons of other places that do that. And she's got plenty of fundraising ideas, I promise you. And we could, we can set up volunteers that will clean up the dog park and stuff like that. And just having a committee that can fundraise for the better things like agility equipment. Because agility is it was a huge draw, but it's very costly. So I feel like that's more of a further down the line thing, but it is something that the people want to see.
Yeah, and we're very open to forming a committee and doing private fundraising and such, similar to how the pump track was able to gather a lot of their own fundraising. That's definitely on the table as far as we'd be willing to put in the legwork for all that we're requesting.
You can tell we've put in the legwork.
Yes, I see that. Did you have a follow-up question to that? Councillor Hutchinson?
Well, one of the discussion, when we had the discussion on the north end retention pond location, it is 8.1 acres, but I don't know what would be the guesstimate of the water body. 2, 3 acres?
3 acres.
And one of the issues that's come up was the grass maintenance is so difficult because it's very wet, and I've walked back in through there, and there's not really a lot of space. And I would also hesitate with it being an off-leash area and people with smaller dogs maybe, or whatever, just heading right into the water and issues with safety for the animals with having a natural body of water. So that was just some of the considerations that we thought of when we chose not to pick that particular location. And like Councillor Phillips said, a couple of them, we have to purchase the land. So I guess, my question is, how much of the taxpayers' dollars do we put into a 80 respondents, a small portion? It's to find that balance, and wondering like what your structure would be like with a committee. How much are you willing to go?
Well, out of the 80 respondents, we actually had 13 to 15 people who were so passionate they were willing to be here. So if they're that passionate, I can imagine that at least 10 of them would be willing to be on such a committee. I would also like to mention that out of the 80 respondents, these are just the very passionate people who were willing to put their voices forward. And that is a small sample, but granted, we also, in the most recent by-election for the councillor, we only had about 500 respondents as well for that. So in the grand scheme of things, this may be a small amount, but it is a sample portion.
And that is also bearing in mind that, this is a privately conducted survey over a very short survey period, and we had 80 respondents. So I would say that given town resources and backing, as well as just a bit more time to get all of our dogs in a row, that there would be a much bigger public draw.
And to answer to your concern with the water, we didn't do much research into that, but I would bring forward like the 3 Mile Bend in Red Deer has plenty of different water sources, and there's
Including a
actually
river.
and a river access, yeah. And so I don't know what the liability would be on that. I didn't look into it, but I'm sure that you could ask places like that, places like Eckville, places like the Blackfalds, what they do to guard themselves from that liability.
Yeah, and yeah, I just wanted to speak to that as well. Just that I've visited a lot of dog parks all across the province, so I feel that from my personal experience, I have quite a good data pool to draw from, and the majority of them are natural water features, such as rivers or ponds. So I think it's just included in, you go to the dog park and you understand that if your dog can't swim, maybe don't take them near the pond, which I think makes sense. And a lot of people are already swimming their dogs at areas like river flats or by the water treatment plant, where there is human traffic. So if they had the option, especially those labs and retrievers that love to be in the water all summer, if they had the option of a dog-friendly, secure location to swim their dogs, I think people would be absolutely thrilled by that. And one more thought, sorry, just the grass maintenance as well.
Yes.
There's a lot of dog parks that don't mow grass. It's the foot traffic and the dog traffic that wear the grass down and keep the grass down. Olds is a great example of that. They don't mow the grass there. It just grows up, which honestly provides better enrichment and stimulation and sniffing opportunities for dogs, which is good for their brains. And then people just beat their own paths around it, and it wears it down, and there's honestly very little upkeep aside from maintaining garbages and fences and benches and stuff like that.
Councillor Auld?
Just one more quick question. I just had a chance to kind of go through the respondents briefly, but there was some comments in there regarding the actual location over by the ball diamond being too far out of the way and not easily accessible. Do you think that north end location would have that same issue with it being all the
So-
way it went into town?
I definitely considered that, because yes, it is at the extreme end of the town. However, the primary concern with the Ball Diamond location is that there's not walking paths to connect it. Short of going down, I think it's 50th Ave, past Sobeys, and then coming around through the Ball Diamonds, it's a little inaccessible. And I can see people trying to walk their dogs down that industrial road, the S-shaped one. And that's more risky for drivers and pedestrians, whereas the north end one is already connected to the path by that spur that comes off of the far end of the walking trail, so it's already got that built right in there. Was why I figured that was a good spot.
Just to follow up with that north end location, there's very limited parking down there. Would you see that as being an issue as well, or no?
Again, I considered it, and part of my justification for it was, since it is a large parcel, it might be possible to allocate part of the parcel as a little parking area or something. But again, since it's on the walking path, you're gonna get more bike and foot traffic, and there'll be less demand for driving your dog to the park, since you can get to it by foot.
Thank you.
I was just wondering if you had an opportunity, because I know it was a really short period of time since we discussed this, to talk to any landowners that haven't developed their land yet in a philanthropic, as a donor. That, for example, Mr. Brent Kennedy donated some of his undeveloped land and is building a pickleball court. And I'm just wondering if that would be something that your group might want to, look at, if you could find a land donor that would have, certainly the town has these available, but maybe given more time, do you think that would be, are you going to form a society? You're gonna work further towards it?
That's definitely, again, something that, in our sort of long-term planning that we were considering as well, is reaching out to other options to see what we might be able to source, philanthropically. It's a good word. Our primary goal today was just to get the decision paused, and to figure out where we might be able to help and what council will allow us to do. We're more than willing to put in the time and effort, but we wanted to come here and address our concerns about the location by the ballpark, because that's definitely a location that nobody seems to support, really. And we wanted to just get things paused and buy ourselves a little time to see if we can find other solutions, such as negotiating different land parcels or whatnot.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that answer. Councillor Hutchinson?
Just one more kind of quick comment question. So when you're talking about a committee or whatever, I just, quick math, and I'll use your location one. So 60,000 fencing, 150 for washrooms, 60,000 for parking. Are you guys willing to commit to fundraise for a $300,000, or say 275, because we're contributing, 25?
Mm-hmm.
That amount, is that kind of where your thoughts go?
I mean, the pump track was able to do, what was
Over
it,
a
1
million.
Yeah, over
Yeah.
$1 million, right? And so I know that the dog owner statistics are only going up. I actually had a bunch of statistics we didn't include about how most owners are bringing their pets with travel. Most owners consider them part of the family. It's a very large and growing industry, if you would. Lots of people who are very passionate, and I think that 300,000 would be it would take time, don't get me wrong.
Wouldn't be unreasonable, though.
I'm not undermining, but it is something we could work towards for sure.
Don't quote me on the 300, that was just
No, yeah,
just
no.
an example.
Yeah. So I think everyone is clear on your ask today to put a pause on the plans we have, so that we can get more public input. And I certainly appreciate, the aspects from the baseball diamonds and for sure the user groups and pet owners. Yes, because of course we didn't have comments from the Ball Diamond Association, and I do think that, you know, that's a substantial part of our community and in the county as well, right? Because we share those with a lot of county members, so really appreciate it, and I don't see any further questions today, so I just wanted to say thank you so much for bringing your concerns today. I really appreciate it.
for your
And great,
attention.
great job, everyone. You did great. So, thank you very much. So moving forward on the agenda today, we're at 6.1 to adopt the previous minutes. Would anyone like to make a motion on that? Councillor Caprero?
I'll make a motion to adopt the regular council meeting minutes of November 15th, 2022.
Thank you very much. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. So now we come to 7.1 delegation business. I wanted to ask Mr. Kraus, we haven't actually done any physical work with ordering fences or anything to that, right? It was just put in our budget?
That's correct, Your Worship. It's in the 2023 budget, so which council is deliberating this week.
Yeah, so we could put a pin in that and put that, it's totally feasible. It's not like we're gonna fill the hole and move the hole somewhere else, like what they say when you're making
correct.
changes to, okay. So, did we want, I think I would like to make a motion that we put, did you have a question?
I just have a question for administration. The number 6 option by Quinn Park, is that town-owned land, Mr. Kraus?
So, Your Worship, to Councilor Caprero, no, it's privately owned. We would have to acquire that land.
Okay, and then just for the number 1 option as well, how close is that to residential? I'm trying to figure out where exactly it would be.
There's residents that back onto that land, but there is a tree line
Is it
between
buffer?
back the residents to that land.
Okay,
So it's between the furthest subdivision and Spalmerg's
right, okay.
in there. That used to be a roadway, right? Or is it just a ditch, like, it used to be just a swamp?
Just a swamp. I think.
Swamp, yep. So, but again, if, like these locations we looked at, none of them really were set as ideal. If they came back with another, like a landowner, I mean, Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy, for example, gave the pickleball courts. I'm sure there's other, land users, like there's all kinds of things, you know, that haven't been developed that are still located within town, like Holco, is it Mud Lake? What, Haskell, thank you. You know, there's areas that maybe we could use that as a jumping off point to get some development, right? Because we've been talking to Haskell and some of the other developers to try and encourage development in the town, and so I'm just wondering if that would be another way to open up the door to get them talking about developing undeveloped land. Councillor Phillips, did you?
No, just, I know when we were looking or debating about locations for the dog park, we were looking at town-owned land simply for the fact that if we have to purchase land, that almost makes it cost prohibitive by the time we purchase land to be able to do everything to it. So, you know, if the dog park wants to create some type of society and maybe look at someone donating land or something like that, that may not be a bad idea. But just, you know, just so that the public is aware that we were looking at town-owned land, some of the land wasn't suitable for dog parks, so it very quickly narrowed our choices and our options down. But it's not to say that it's not a decision that we can't look at again.
So I'd like to make a motion, we can still ask questions and discuss it, to put a pause in relocating the dog park until further research can be done, and not putting at the Ball diamonds at this point. Is there any discussion of that motion? Counselor Phillips?
Yes, just some discussion. I know we're deliberating our budget talks starting tomorrow. One thing I would, regardless of how this motion goes, I would like to see that money kept in the budget in case we can't make something else happen and it then has to go, and it does have to fall back to that location. I would just like to see that the funds were there as opposed to us taking it out of the budget and then having to go back to an original decision and not having the funds in place.
Yeah.
That's all.
I'm not
Yeah.
saying, but the money could easily stay in our, because it's a capital spend anyways, it could just stay in, it doesn't have to be in the budget, it could stay in our surplus until we were ready to make a decision. It doesn't have to stay there. It's a budget, we can just move it around wherever we want. And I think keeping the budget low until we have something done is a great idea. But my motion didn't have any budget information in it. It was just to say we wouldn't move forward with any projects until we had further investigation.
I think, I mean, there isn't a perfect location anywhere on here for dog park. There's always pros and cons against each of them. Regardless of when, after budget, we relook at it, we still are going to need to have money allocated for it. So, I agree with what Len was saying about the budget. Other than that, I'm fine with putting a pin, as you said, in it for the time being.
Counselor Alt?
I'm fine with putting a pause in it as well, but we need to put a timeline on it because that pump track is gonna be starting to build as soon as they possibly can, so we need to have something in place. So I think putting a timeline on it of some kind instead of not just leaving it open.
Well, I don't see that we need a timeline on that, but I'm sure that administration could get back to the group and talk to them and see how far. Because the longer we draw out a planning process, the better the project. Planning is your 90% of your thing. If it takes a little longer to plan the best, most ideal location, perhaps if we would have taken a little bit more time with the pump track, we wouldn't be in this situation to have an immediate decision on where the dog park goes. And it's past that now. But I think setting a timeline, the more we have time to decide is better off for the overall end project. With that being said, I think right now we could just say, let's put it on hold. We all sort of agree that that would be, I don't know if we do agree with that. And the other thing is I really think that the Baseball Association had valid points of that location, and I think it should be off of our checklist anyways, because of the things that they pointed out, no matter what we do. So I just really want to make sure we take that into consideration. It's not just dog owners, but we do have a very active ball association with 5 Diamonds in the area. And they're used throughout the summer a lot. And they even have 24-hour events, with tournaments and things like that. They're well used. And so I really want to reflect that into consideration. Councillor Hutchinson.
I just wanted it to be noted that the pump track location was on the master plan from 2017, I believe, and the dog park's location has always been a temporary location. So just to clarify that for some people.
Yes. It's clear. We could have waited. We could have put a pin in it and did a little bit better research. Maybe the dog park could go there and the pump track could fit somewhere else. Just saying that. So there's a motion on the table. Would we like to vote on that motion?
Sorry, but before we vote on, can we just have that motion reread? Perfect, look at that.
I love the new TV
Yeah,
screen,
the new screen
just for
makes
that
us great.
reason.
Thank you.
And I did have something on there about not putting it at the ballpark, but I'm fine with that adjustment. So, everybody's, any additions or changes to that motion? Okay, so I'm gonna call that motion to a vote. All in favor of the motion? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Do you want to put Kim Gerard on there too? Like, do you want all of them? Just the three that spoke? Kim Gerard didn't speak, it was just the three. Okay, so that motion is carried. So, was there something else?
Yeah, before we move on to the agenda, do we need to instruct administration to reach out to the people that made the presentation to take the steps further? Do we need to make a motion for that, or will that just happen?
Could we do that as administrative inquiry?
So, Your Worship, to Councillor Phillips, I mean, the administration will reach out to the delegation, informing of council's decision, unless you're looking for more.
Just for a next step, I guess.
Guess I'm trying to read what the next step is.
I was just wondering if we need
so.
to make a motion of any sort, or it's just gonna happen, like you'll reach out to them.
Well, I think we'll have a further discussion with council of how council wants us to proceed on that, if it's more public engagement or which path. So, and I think that would be probably more of a discussion at budget, because this will be a budget line item coming up
Yeah.
on Thursday probably, but.
Okay, thank you.
Well, so with that being said, do we want to have more discussion about public engagement today, rather than at the budget meeting? I'm just asking the people at the table. Do you want to discuss it further now, so that it's one less thing that we're really focused on during budget? We have a lot of budget things to talk about. Do we want to ask administration to work with the group to do public engagement? Because I'd sure like to know, out of their 80, I wrote their numbers down, how many respondents. She said they had 80, right? I didn't see where they lived in town or in county like we did on our rec survey. And my other actually question, just for administration, is when we did the rec survey, can you tell me the number of respondents on that one that were from, because it was 542, is that right? Now I've said the wrong number, I'm gonna screw you up.
I can look it up very quickly.
Yeah, and of those, how many were in town, right? Just as a comparison to their 80. Like she said, only 700 voted? 7 people were from Clearwater County? Yeah. Councillor Phillips, while they're looking.
Sorry, just in regards to discussion on this overall topic, because it is going to become a budgetary item, I think probably the discussion is probably better to be had during budget, as opposed to today, when we're not quite sure what we want to do yet, or how we want to proceed. And that'll give us a couple days to even digest it and think about it as council, so when we have the discussion, at least we have some
24 hours,
some
we're
thought.
starting budget tomorrow.
Yeah, well, it'll give us some time to at least to think about options and discussions, and I just think the budget is the best place to have that discussion.
Okay, so for now, we won't do any direction to administration for further public inquiry or anything else. We'll just put a pause in it and then talk about it at budget? Okay, okay, so moving forward in the agenda then, unless there's any further discussion. We have no old business. And 9.1 RFD for Code of Conduct bylaw. And Mr. Kraus, did you want to speak to that, or?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So council has asked administration to review the Code of Conduct bylaw for amendments just through the process of the previous 2 investigations. There was basically 3 items that needed to be addressed that were brought up through concerns of the past process. So administration working with legal counsel, we revised the bylaw, and I can go through it with council. So in the existing bylaw, sections 1 to 15 have remained unchanged, and those are the current expectations of conduct. So the first revision is in section 16, where the current bylaw just allows a council member to file a complaint to council on code of conduct. And that became a little bit of an issue of if a complaint came in, then it would have to be a councillor who brought it forward. Then that hampered the investigation and the process of the review. So in the draft bylaw, it actually allows a member of the public, a council member, and a member of administration to put forward a complaint. The only difference between those three is if it's an administrative staff that puts forward the complaint, it has to come through the CAO, and it's forced to go into an informal process first. So it's to resolve internally. So it would be up to council whether council wants to include the public and administration to be able to file that complaint.
And there was some renumbering done.
Yeah, and renumbering, yeah.
Yeah,
So
for
it all.
in 13, just to, and that was just for clarity, right?
Yes, that's correct, yeah. So in the other change in there, so it was previous in the current bylaw, is that administration just found the investigator, or appointed the investigator, or hired the investigator. In the draft bylaw, council would have a list of pre-approved investigators, and then administration would select one of those pre-approved investigators for the investigation. And that would probably just based on either cost or time, as it went through the list. And then from section 18 to 21, it just lays out the whole formal process of a complaint. So the investigation, and it sets timelines for the investigator, options for the investigator. For example, if he receives the complaint, he has 10 days to review the complaint to see if it's even a valid complaint and can dismiss it. If the complaint spans over an election period, then it's not accepted. Or if the complaint is for something that happened 6 months prior to, it's not accepted. So, and then it goes into just time frames for how long the investigation is and so forth. So I don't know if council wants me to go right through all the investigative procedures, or.
I had something I wanted to ask about. If you look on page 6, orientation and other training attendance, I would like to make Munis 101 course specifically added to orientation and training. I think, Tina, like you took that as well and found that was very helpful. I know that when Shane and I took it, it clarified a bunch of things. Marley, I believe, took it online, correspondence. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think all of the courses that are put out for council training are worthwhile. And is it in the MGA that Muni 101 is a requirement?
No.
It just says orientation,
Yeah.
which is what we covered last week with
Right.
new council, so.
I really found that Munis 101 was fruitful, and I think that every member of our council should take it. Especially, it also connects you with other all those courses do connect you with other municipalities, but that Munis 101, I think it should be just, if you're elected to council, you have to take that course.
Well, wouldn't that be something that's in our policy and procedures, council policies and procedures?
Well, this is where it would be, you could add it here as part of the bylaw. Is that not correct, Mr. Kraus?
This is council's bylaw, so you can add anything that council desires in it. So it'd be, what I'm hearing is Muni 101 is a mandatory course for council, and that council, or your suggestion of the mayor to put it right into this body.
Would there be some other policy, like Councillor Hutchinson was saying, would there be somewhere else that it would be more appropriate to add it, that it would be mandatory, like that it would acknowledge that it's mandatory to take that?
Your worship, there's not a specific policy for council training, so it needs to go somewhere. I mean, it could,
Would here be fine?
here would be fine. Either that or council develop a training policy for council, where policies are more flexible than a bylaw. I think the only problem would be putting in a bylaw is how often it's offered. You know, for example, we just had
by-election.
a by-election, where the Muni 101 course generally runs, you know, steady right after a general election, but then it might be sporadic through the next 4 years. So I think probably in a policy would be a lot more flexibility.
So, but in this, because we don't have a policy, we could put it in here, except for in the case of a by-election and it's not offered.
Yes, we could word it that's within the term. It must be acquired, but somewhere down that line.
So I just look back at a year ago, I'll get to you next, because I'm just look back at a year ago, and I think that it would have been, was very beneficial to take that course, and that I want it to, so that everyone for the next term, like next 4 years, mandatorily takes that. And it could be said, like, or however you want to do it. It's just one of the things, because we're looking at the whole gambit, right? Counselor Phillips?
The only concern I have with putting it into a bylaw and saying the Munis 101 course is what happens if Munis 101 becomes something else down the road, and the bylaw won't have the ability to change that because it's rigid.
Yeah, but just,
Then it may be, the wording may say Munis 101 or equivalent, or future equivalent, just to allow, you know, so down the road, if that changes or becomes something different, then we don't have to change our bylaw because someone has changed the course, that's all.
I think that's an excellent point, that, you know, that Muni's course could change, and in the case of a bylaw, if it's not offered. But, I mean, it should be offered, because maybe it's something that someone wants to take 6 months in, that they're like, oh, I should have took that last year when it was offered, you know what I mean? Like, this way, everyone, I just think that it should be in there. And we could put an exception of a bylaw where it's, or sorry, by-election where it's not offered, to quantify that. Do you feel that would be a reasonable description in there?
Yeah, Your Worship, we would have to word it carefully because, I mean, there is a requirement in the MJA to have that orientation within 90 days of being elected. So we would probably have to provide that orientation, we do, within that 90 days. And then Muni 101 probably will not, in a by-election case, not be offered within that.
But could we put it as, like, say 13.4 or 13.2, a separate orientation? Munis 101 or equivalent is taken by every member upon election, except for, you know, and then qualify during a by-election where it's not available?
Well, Your Worship, no, we can definitely word it so it makes it work. Just, you know, the warning to council, if that course isn't taken, then in this bylaw, it'd be a code of conduct infraction.
Correct. But I think it's important to stress how important that course was. So, Councillor Phillips, did you have a follow-up? And then I want to go to Councillor Auld.
No, I just want to make sure that in a policy like Mr. Kraus had said, you have more leeway. In a bylaw, it's very rigid and has to allow for future changes that, of course, may or may not incur. That's all.
Thank you very much. Councillor Auld?
I was just gonna say, I don't think the bylaw is where it belongs. If we wanna come up with a policy for training, I think that's where it needs to be. Code of conduct is not, I don't think, where that should fall under. But if we, as a council, decide to put it in make a policy, I think that would be the way to do it.
Yeah, just after our discussions a year ago, I know Councillor Hutchinson, Councillor Boniface, and I were very adamant that everyone should take that course. And this would be a good place to put it. To put a whole new policy just to add one course seems like a lot of work when we could just add something that would be suitable. Or unless you know, that it's, you know, administration knows that everyone is expected to take that course as part of orientation. And like in an addendum, what would that look like?
I think it should be under a policy if we wanna, it's your opinions on whether it's a valid course or not. I don't think we need to hamstring further council members coming into this. If they wanna redo a policy, it's a lot easier to do. We have our mandatory training in here through the MGA, and I think if we wanna make some different policy as far as what we expect for councils, I think it should be under a policy.
Thank you very much. Did anyone else want to speak to that? Councillor Boniface?
I like putting it in here. I think it was a very worthwhile course, and certainly everybody I spoke to when I attended was under the same impression. I got a lot out of it, and I still refer to my notes in that when I'm looking at our agenda coming up and if I have a issue.
Councillor Phillips, sorry, I forgot who you
Sorry,
were.
having it in the bylaw, especially the code of conduct bylaw, the only concern is Munis 101 is only offered, it's a very brief period of time shortly after being elected that it's offered. You know, I'm just gonna throw a scenario out there. Someone gets elected, Munis 101 is offered for a 3-month period, but there's an illness or a death or something like that where they can't attend it. Now all of a sudden, they're in breach of our code of conduct for no fault of their own. That's my only concern, is that they would now be in breach because it's not offered again for 6 months or a year. That's all. That's why it may fall better under a policy than a bylaw.
Yeah, it's just that we don't have
Yeah.
a policy, and rather than having administration go and create a policy for one little thing, I think just, it's up to admin. So I can move forward with that and just leave it if we want to think about it for a few minutes. Maybe we'll find other things that we want administration to bring back. But something that I certainly would like to see is that on page 10, affording the member that's being taken under the code of conduct enough time to seek legal counsel is quite important. And it would be one of the reasons why you could come back to the findings. So I don't know if it would be on page 10 or page 11B. So page 10, member including the opportunity for the member to provide a response to the complainant and access legal counsel is important, because some of the code of conduct violations and sanctions are and it takes a significant amount of time to find legal representation that's qualified enough to address municipal law. And especially with, we can't use our own lawyer, like we can't use our town lawyer. And any time that we're using, the town is using, or the municipality is using a lawyer, then the person on council is also not able to access that lawyer. There's very few municipal lawyers. And so on page 10 at the beginning, and legal counsel, and also in allow the member 14 days to provide counsel written response to the investigator's report. You also need to allow the member enough time to seek legal counsel. I especially feel that with emergency meetings or special council meetings, it shortened the time, and we have to allow by law a person to seek personal legal representation, especially maybe not in the issues that we've dealt with, but if it's more significant, it's important. And it should be addressed in here so that the opportunity to receive legal counsel is available to anyone that's going through this process, because it takes time. If anyone's ever tried to book an appointment with a lawyer, it doesn't happen tomorrow.
Could you just say the number, because my pages aren't the same as your pages?
Yeah.
So just like section whichever
Oh,
instead,
yeah,
please.
so in section,
I was just getting confused.
no, it's page 10 on the page. So if you look at 19.8 and then 21.3B. And so the other thing I wanted to say is, like, you've changed the formatting of the thing, of the document. It says just page 10 now. Before it said page 6 out of 10. Is that important to, does it matter? Because I think sometimes when you're looking at a document, it's nice to know how many total pages are on there. You know, you don't want to miss a page. So administration, does that sound like a reasonable ask? Because,
So, your worship, I mean, the administration will amend the bylaws council see fit, so it's really a discussion of council if they want that added.
So
Councillor
just for
Phillips.
clarification, under point 21.3B, you're suggesting that the 14 days is not long enough? Is that what you're saying?
correct.
Okay.
So a lot of the issues that, you know, you're allowed to have legal representation, so if you aren't afforded that, then you could, it becomes a legal matter that you could take to court the code of conduct and come back against the town because you weren't afforded time to seek legal representation. Does that make sense?
Yes, so what are you suggesting?
Well,
From-
just-
From 14 to,
Just put in there 14 days and afford, or whatever to afford, like somehow put a disclaimer in there that the members afforded to have enough time to seek legal counsel. 14 days or enough time to afford the member to seek legal counsel. It's just a small change, but it would allow, like, it would follow with the legal, like with the legalities of.
so my only question, 14 days is very distinct and very, you can judge
Yep.
that. When you say or enough time, Councillor Shipp, that could be 2 weeks, that could be 2 months. It's a very open-ended question. I would like to see it as a set amount of time.
I
if
sure would like to
possible.
be able to get a hold of a lawyer and have them deal with something within 3 days.
No, I'm not
if
saying
wish-
maybe 14 days isn't the answer, but
Yeah.
you know, it has to be enforceable, I guess. You know, because like I
Smart,
said, 2
specific,
months.
measurable.
Yeah, 2 months or 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Interpretation could make the difference between 2 months and 2 weeks, that's all.
But 2 weeks doesn't allow you enough time to get legal representation if they're in court or if they have things. You could be able to come back and say, I need 8 more days, right? Did you want to say like between 14 days or, we have to allow someone to have legal representation. Now, when we look at code of conducts, they did one at the county that started in January and they're just finishing it now. It doesn't have to be done within 2 weeks of the thing. It's a process. Like, we're government, we're allowed to work at a reasonable pace. I just don't want us to open up to a lawsuit that would cost us even more money. Counselor Boniface?
When you appear in front of a judge, you're given a certain amount of time to seek legal representation. He also puts a limit on that. So if we were to say 14 days, not to exceed 30 days,
That seems reasonable.
then that's a reasonable amount. That gives you 30 days in which to seek counsel, and I think that would just fill in the spot and look after it.
Yeah, I like that better than just having an open-ended question, because an open-ended question can be, you know, multiple interpretations of that, so, yeah, 14 with a maximum of 30, I'd be fine with that.
So, is that specific enough to, like, do you want to, you guys can reword that in there?
Yeah, so your worship, would just like a simple 28 days in there be like,
Well, I think it should be 14, and if legal, and afford enough time to seek legal counsel within 30. Do it like that, because then you do put the pressure of, you have to do it right away, you know. Do you like that idea, to put the 14 days and then, and to afford time to seek legal counsel, not extending 30 days?
In my experience, if you say to someone you have 14 days, it'll get done in 14 days. If you say someone you have up to 30, it'll take up to 30.
So if we said,
Mr. Kraus, I believe just putting in a date, I think is probably better than saying between 14 and 30. I think that's probably more reasonable.
now, I don't know if it's required for both those places. I just looked at it for, like, time-wise. And I just know that soon as a complaint is, you're gonna wanna see, depending on what the complaint is.
So, Your Worship, just so I got it right, what was the other section that you
So it was
were
before
referring to?
that. So it was 21, sorry, it was 19.8. Member include the opportunity, so it's the last one, because when I change the page, it goes to a different thing, right? So 19.8.c, including the opportunity for the member to provide a response to the complainant and afford the member to seek legal counsel. So that's the first one. And then the second one is on the screen there, the 21, what is that? 20, no, it's 21.3B. Sorry. So I have a third thing.
So, Your Worship, just going back to that clause,
Yeah. The 19.8C.
19.8C,
Yep.
so what is being recommended, just add member to provide response to complaint and seek legal advice? Because
And afford
that's
the
the
member
start
enough-
of the investigation, which can go over 90 days.
Yeah, so this
So-
is like, so this is the part, 19.8 tells you that you're going to be investigated within 10 days from the appointment. The investigator shall tell you that there's going to be an investigation, and then tell you that you have,
Because there is no set time there.
Right.
Just that the investigator has to conclude the investigation within 90 days.
right, so I think just add, and legal counsel to provide a response to the complainant and afford the member to seek legal counsel. Because there's no time, like, right?
Yeah.
And then the time part, 14 days, and especially because in here you're allowing special council meetings. You know, like, there's a lot of special council meetings, which is fine, but that can be done in 24 hours. It doesn't afford someone enough time to seek legal representation, and so they have to work in together. Yes, so that's why I need to add that on 23B.
Okay.
I'm sorry, did you have something else?
Yeah, just if we amend section 21.3B to say 28 days, when you reference back to 19.8C, when it says the opportunity for the member to provide a response to the complainant, would that not include that 28 days? Because you've written it in the section further that you're allowed 28 days to seek legal advice, so I think that would be included in there. If I read, I'm not a lawyer, but I would think that would be included in that statement.
Can we just let administration research what's the best way to put that?
I'm just not quite sure,
What's your
Councillor
question?
Phillips.
Well, just as opposed to having to put the 28 days or seeking legal advice under the member to provide response, remember to provide a response to the complaint.
So the reason I'm saying it there is because 14 days doesn't allow you enough time in some situations, because you have to be able to have time to talk to your lawyer.
Yes, but I thought we were looking at expanding that from 14 days to a longer time frame.
Right, but there's two places, two totally different places. If you go back,
Yes, under 19.8C.
I'm just adding, and legal counsel, but all it is saying that you're allowed legal counsel. It's not saying you have to take time or anything. The taking time is on B. I'm just adding a
Just for
phrase.
yeah, so for clarification, so like section 19 and section 21 are two different parts of the process. In section 19, it's while the investigation is going on. In section 21, the investigation's done, the report is released to the counsel and the complainant, and then that's when the 28 days would kick in, or 30 days that counsel is suggesting for a response to the actual investigation.
Okay, so then I have, if we're okay on those changes, I'll just go to the third thing. The sanctions, I think, they need to be a little bit more specific, and so in there, there's a lot of like big sanctions and things, but some of the others, like, we need to make sure that the sanctions, A, match the crime, because that was important, and B, that they are more specific somehow. And I don't know how to address that, Mr. Kraus, other than directions during the process, but like smart, specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, time-orientated, like, I don't want to use a specific example, but I think we somehow have to say that the sanctions must match the, I don't know what the issue or the crime is not the right word, but just as if we're putting guidelines down, that's one of the things when I took at the, was it RMA we were at, Shane? Where she talked about that sanctions were like a huge part, that you can't, kick someone off council because they didn't say, excuse me, after they sneezed. And that's not an example she used, but she tried not to use anything. She did refer to a lot of case law, but I think that was one of the things that we could do better at.
So, Your Worship, I think in 22.1, the first sentence probably could be reworded, may impose a sanction reflecting the severity of the code of conduct.
Yeah, and keeping in mind, it has to be really specific, because some of the issues have been that it wasn't specific enough in, like, I don't know how to put that, if that makes sense. Counselor Phillips?
So I get where you're coming from on this. I don't know how it can be more specific, because each code of conduct complaint is gonna be different than the one before it. And there's gonna be even different severities of something that happens, so again, that's one of those, Counselor Capero could say 2 weeks, Counselor Boniface could say 2 months, and both be right, because that's the way they perceive.
No, it just, it has to be, yeah, no, absolutely. So
I think
the
is it-
sanction
Impose a sanction,
that matches the offense could be added easily.
something to that, yes.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
the other thing is that, and keeping in mind that sanctions have to be really specific in order for them to be applied. Otherwise, it's gonna cause confusion and frustration, and you're gonna be going back over it. You know what I mean? Because, thank you for understanding. I don't know how to word it in the best way possible. That's why there's 7 of us. So with those changes, would it be best to make a motion to come back to council and review it? or make it, right?
Yeah, so your worship, I think that's what administration would appreciate, is let us go back and put in these revisions. I mean, if timelines change, I'll just have to go through it to make sure, see if it has any domino effect in the whole procedure, make, you know.
Right.
And we could bring that back to council
Yeah.
on December 20.
So the Munis 101 thing, I'll just leave it in your discretion of if you want to put it in or you want to don't put it in, or it's just like, okay, well, it's not specifically listed, but that's what we're going to do.
Your worship, we'll put it in, and that'll be council's discussion and review if it stays in.
Okay.
If that's what council wants.
Okay. Sorry, Hutchinson.
I don't know, we could maybe clear that up. I don't feel this is a place for that. Maybe put forward a motion that we develop a training policy to add Muni 101 or something similar to a policy. And then if there are changes to that particular course or something similar, but that's kind of the direction I would rather like to go than seeing it put into the code of conduct policy.
Okay. Do we, like, I'm just suggesting it here because this is the only policy that we have for orientation of a new council member. And after we took that course, we were all very enthusiastic, the three of us specifically, and I know that you took it by online, you and Len, right? But we were really enthusiastic that everyone should take that course as a new counselor in their first period, and the best place is to put it into here, because there is no, and I would just like to, be conscientious of administration's time with creating new policies for something that could just be a sentence in the bylaw.
I think it's a great course, don't get me wrong. Munis 101 is a fantastic course. Every elected official in Alberta should take that for sure. I would hate to see someone have a code of conduct complaint because they got sick and they couldn't attend that course. That's my only reservation, is that if someone, for whatever reason, that at no fault of their own, they couldn't take that course in time, they could have a code of conduct complaint. And I would, that's the difference between a bylaw and a policy. It really follows more under a policy as opposed to a bylaw.
But I really strongly feel it should be mandatory. So if you get sick, you gotta find another day, just like, what's the course you have to take if you're doing, safety, emergency? Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Counselor Alt.
I'll just reiterate that this isn't where it belongs. I think if we want to go down that road, it should be in a policy.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Caprero?
I just wanted to say that I agree in that I don't think this is the right spot for that. I think a policy should be developed then as
Okay.
well.
So I think it sounds like council does not want to put that under 13. Where was that at? 13.1. And do we want to direct administration, because we'd have to make a motion, to come up with a policy now? Counselor Hutchinson? Counselor Boniface, you think yes?
Yes.
Did you want to make that motion, or did you?
Yeah, that, I'd like to make a motion to develop a training policy to add Muni 101 or similar course.
Courses. As mandatory for new
Well,
counselors?
But then again, when that's where there's a problem, because if, for instance, a by-election happening and that course isn't often offered every time, so does that affect it? Or would that be something admin would have to do a little research on?
Yeah, so your worship, we just have to take some time and research it and word it to try to reflect what council's trying to achieve here. So.
Okay.
Okay, so do you see it up there? Does that sound like what would be suitable? Be it resolved that council instruct administration to develop a council training policy that includes Munis 101 or equivalent?
Mhm.
Do you think that, Councillor Caprero, do you think that is a better place for it? Okay, is there any further discussion on that motion on the table? Seeing none, all in favor of that motion? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Oh, we shouldn't have, I thought we, I'm sorry, we can't vote on the second one until we do the first one.
No, no, it's fine.
Okay, so can you put that back up there again, please? Be it resolved that council instruct administration to make some amendments and bring back the code of conduct bylaw, or whatever this is called, bylaw 22 dash. Is that the right name for it? Back to a future regular council meeting? Councillor Shippold?
Well, thank you. So my first chance at the mic, so first let me thank everybody for welcoming me to council, and I look forward to working with everybody. My point is, I'd like to delete something out of this, and that's the ability to have special council meetings. Special council meetings cost money, and if you look under 21.5A, it says that you can go to a regular council meeting and/or a special council meeting can be called. And I would like to see the removal of a special council meeting anywhere it's in this. Council meets on a regular basis. There's no reason why it can't wait to a regular council meeting to discuss anything and eliminate the cost of having special meetings. So here again, it's nothing to do with the bylaw other than a cost-saving item within the bylaw. And so I would ask council support in having that changed anywhere it appears in the bylaw. I just make reference to 21.5A.
It's also in 21.3C,
Yeah.
which is right above it. Councillor Boniface, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I agree with Council Shipple that that is a good idea to remove that.
Okay, do we have any further discussion on those items? Any other changes? Councillor Hutchinson?
I don't know, I just kind of feel that, you know, under the MGA, it's each and every one of us has the right to call a special council meeting anytime we feel. I appreciate, you know, the fact that, yes, it's a cost savings, but is that taking away our rights under the MGA to call a special council meeting whenever we feel necessary?
Well, I'm not sure how Mr. Shipple feels, but I disagree because, again, you're affording the member enough time to seek legal counsel. And so if you're holding special meetings outside council meetings, it rushes the process and then doesn't afford the member enough time to seek legal counsel. And it is a special cost. Plus, you know, we all have lives and stuff. I think special council meetings are called if it's of grave importance. You know, code of conduct is a past event that we're going to be deciding on. Grave importance would be like the mayor's out of town and we have to call a special council meeting because there's a fire or some other emerging situation. So I'm fine with Councillor Shippold's idea.
I'll just say it again, I just disagree, because I think that a code of conduct breach is a major event that shouldn't be taken lightly. And if a council member feels that it is of grave importance, we should have the right to be able to call a special meeting. And again, you need the majority of council, so it's not like it's something that you can just do on your own. So that's my feelings on it.
Did you want to, oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Auld.
A question to administration, being that it's in the MGA that a council member, we can call special meetings with whatever procedure, that would take precedence over our regular bylaw anyway, correct?
It could, but council's establishing a procedure to handle a code of conduct, so it would be the expectation that the procedure in the bylaw is followed. Taking out special council meetings, it's in there so it provides council that tool if needed, I guess, depending whatever the situation may be. So, but it's up to council. But what you're trying to set here is it's almost it's a quasi-judicial procedure that you want to make sure is applied to ensure fairness. So either, special council meeting comes in or out, we would follow this procedure. But special council meetings in the bylaw just provides council that extra tool in case that situation comes up.
So do you want to respond to the monetary?
Well, firstly, I realize the importance of these kind of code of conduct procedures. And so my comment is not so much about, hey, the urgency or whatever. When it comes to time, and I know reference is made to the counties and how long theirs took, I look at it and say, are you speeding up the process by 7 days, and does it make a difference in the end? I don't think it does. So I would still think that having that section or that wording removed from the bylaw would make sense. Because, I mean, we're not taking the importance of what the process is. We're just saying, hey, 1 week isn't going to make a whole bunch of difference. And if it's not there, then hopefully we just don't slide into it. Because it's easy to get into a habit of having meetings for no good reason. And we are all busy in our lives, and the town office is busy. I mean, Mr. Kraus is a busy individual. So if we can eliminate that and add it into another meeting, I think it makes far more sense than, adding that. And Councillor Auld had indicated and asked the question, hey, can you still have a special council meeting? And you can. But again, we're setting precedence on this specific bylaw. So I still think that it can work by removing that out of there. And yes, will it slow it down in some cases? It could. Some cases, maybe not. So, I just don't see what's in there. If something's happened 2 months ago and we're dealing with it today, is 1 week going to make a difference? Likely not. So that's where I'm at on that.
Councillor Auld?
Just my only comment is that if sometimes our council meetings we could have, if we may have 3 weeks go before a council meeting, depending on when whatever situation arises. So then you're talking a month before it even starts. I don't think this gives it, I don't think having this in here hurts anything. We can have if we have our meeting on the 15th and we don't have another one until the 8th, there's 3 weeks in between those meetings. So I just don't think it hurts to have it in there. I think in the last 3 years, we've only had one special council meeting, maybe two.
But we're setting,
That's why I'm saying I don't think that it's hurting anything having that in there.
I think it doesn't afford someone to have time to deal with lawyers and review the issues. And so putting that in there, I think is opening us up for further problems. And sometimes when you have those 3 weeks, we're all busy people, that's the week that you choose. You could go on holidays if there's no other time in the year, because every second weekend you have, council business. We all have to have lives as well. So I would like it to be removed, but we can certainly discuss it after it comes back, or we can decide now. Do we want to take a vote on that, if it stays in or goes out, so that we can move forward?
I will make that motion, that we remove the any reference to special council meetings within that bylaw to be removed.
I'll just wait till she's got it typed up there, and then I'll go to you, Councillor Phillips. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Phillips, you wanted to have discussion over the motion on the table?
Yes, so I understand we're both, the 7 days between council meetings and sometimes 3 weeks between council meetings. My concern with removing this out is not for this council, but this bylaw will affect future councils as well. And maybe in a future council, we have a really, really major code of conduct breach that the public is in a complete uproar about and doesn't want to wait 3 weeks to have it resolved or have it brought up. This would be handcuffing that future council's ability to deal with something and it has to be, it would be a big item. It would handcuff that council, and I have concern about handcuffing future council's decisions by decisions we make today. That's my only concern, whether it's 7 days or 13 days, that's not immaterial, but when there's a major something that the public really, really wants dealt with, I would just hate to preclude being able to make a decision based on something that we took out of a bylaw, that's all.
I would like to just keep it to council meetings. Councillor Schipel.
So to that, Mr. Kraus, could we not call a special council meeting if that so-called situation arose? As was described by Councillor Phillips, could you not call a meeting if it was a bomb scare?
So I just for clarification, and maybe I didn't answer Councillor Ault correct. So the MGA will trump this bylaw. So whether special meetings or regular council meetings is in this bylaw or taken out, a council still can hold a special council meeting. Now, what you're probably going to do is you probably open yourself to procedural fairness type of situation if you call up a special council meeting, but you've laid out a procedure that didn't allow for it. So under the MGA, council can call a special council meeting, but in a code of conduct investigation, there could be a court application for a fair procedure because it wasn't in there.
So are we allowing a fair procedure by even having it in there to start with?
You would be because it's in the bylaw.
Yes, but it's not actually fair.
Well, because the bylaw, so if you go to section 21.5, it says, or a special council meeting called to consider the item which shall be held no sooner than 7 days after the notice is given to a member. So you're allowing that time, so you can't just call it within 24 hours.
Does that answer your question?
No?
I think it's an interpretation.
Yeah.
I feel it's an interpretation of where it's at. I think having it there or not. In a court of law, I don't think it much matters if it would be considered, as you said. I don't think it would be. If it was a community major, it would have to be dealt with.
That's why with that comment, Mr. Schipel, I'm just not sure what harm does it do to have that in there? If through the MGA we can have that special meeting, but then it'll cause issues down the road if we don't have this in here. we have the time frame where it can't be held sooner than 7 days, I just don't see what the issue would be to have that option available to us.
Well, I think we're back to like affording enough time for the person to address the situation is an issue. And we're setting a procedure. You know what I mean? It's our procedure for how we're gonna handle this. So if we lay out in the procedure that we can have shortened meetings, it's gonna be more costly for these issues because we're gonna have to have a special meeting. And also, we're limiting the amount of time that a person has to address the issues. So I'd like to see it removed, but Councillor Schipel, did you want to respond?
Well, the only thing is, to Councillor Phillips was, I mean, any council can change any bylaw at any given time. Just because we write it doesn't mean it's that way in a year from now or even 6 months from now. It's subject to change. So yes, it's always good to look ahead, but even looking ahead, it's still got opportunity for change. So I don't think we should hang our hat on that. I think here, my initial thought was, if we can avoid a cost, something that, you know, because so often we look at things instantaneously, say, oh, it's got to be dealt with right now, when in fact it doesn't necessarily have to be dealt with right now. It can be dealt with in a week or 10 days or 2 weeks or even 3 weeks. I mean, nothing is changing, it's there. I strongly feel that removing that from there still does not blemish what is required in the bylaw and what the bylaw is trying to accomplish. But what it does do by removing it is takes away the opportunity to rake up costs, or, you know, have these special meetings and there's a cost to that. So we have to be cognizant of the fact that we're here to manage the dollars of the community and manage them wisely and manage them so that if something has to sit on the table for 3 weeks, well, unfortunately, it's a cost saving and that's where it is. To your point, though, if it's a major and the community wants us to deal with it right away, we have an opportunity that we can, if need be, do that. But hopefully it wouldn't happen. So the knee-jerk reaction of saying, oh, we have to deal with it tomorrow, I think we need to remove that out of the scenario and say, hey, 3 weeks is not a long period of time. There's lots of stuff that hangs around for months. County example. So that's, I just think it can be removed, and the bylaw still works well. And it's being proactive to looking after saving dollars.
So I think in the best interest of time, if we could vote on this, it's going to come back to us again. We'll vote on this motion on the table. It's going to come back to us again anyways for our review, and we can always have a next discussion over it. So the motion on the table is from Councillor Schipel. Be it resolved that any reference to special council meeting be removed from the Code of Conduct bylaw. And so I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of that motion? And that is not carried. All opposed. So now it is not carried. Thank you very much. And so we will conclude 9.1. Administration has enough information to bring that back to council. And yeah, I did it before. This was like after. Is that correct? Yeah. So because it's 2:35 and a half, there we will call a brief 10-minute recess, and we'll see you in 10 minutes. Okay, welcome back to the December 6th regular council meeting for the Town of Rocky Mountain House. Moving forward in our agenda, we're at 9.2, an RFD for council committee appointments. And we're doing this because we have a new counselor, and we set that aside knowing that we would have to discuss those. Mr. Kraus, did you want to?
Yep, thank you, your worship. So, as council requested, the committees are coming back with Councillor Gibbelt being elected. Administration and our RFD also identified some other issues for council to address on this, and that is the invitation to participate in the Tamarack Transit System and the Homeless and Transitional Housing Village Committees. Just to let council aware, they also made the same requests to Clearwater County. I think Clearwater County did not assign a council member to those committees, asking them to continue their research and come back at a future date, just so council's aware. We do have a couple of committees that we did not assign alternates to. So administration is just asking council if they wish to do that now, because since our organizational meeting, one meeting did come up, we didn't have an alternate, so it was kind of just a who can make it type of thing, versus having an official alternate. And then council did not assign delegates to the RMA conference this March at the organizational meeting, waiting for the by-election to be over, so we're looking for direction on that to make those arrangements for council. And there's actually one other, sorry, and council also didn't appoint council members to the health professional recruitment.
That was the
So we were leaving it to this agenda item for council to determine whether they're going to appoint 2 council members or 2 public members. And just so council's aware, we do have 2 interested public members now.
So I think the easiest thing would be to deal with the health professionals engagement team first, and just get that marked right off our checklist. So we felt before that it should be public members, and then we just had to send out to get public members on that. Do we still feel that way, that it should be public members that are on that? It used to be the.
Yeah, having sat on that board for a few years, definitely, I think public members at large are better suited for that than councillors. They need more worker bees as opposed to politicians sitting on that board, so I definitely think public members at large would be better suited for that.
Okay, so that's an easy one, especially if we've already now got 2 really interested members, right, like public members. So that was an easy one. And then Mr. Schippelt, or sorry, Councillor Schippelt, did you have any boards that you're particularly interested in, or?
No, I'm prepared to take anything anybody else doesn't want. Hey, I'm okay. Been there, done that on most of them. I would.
Sorry.
Parks and Rec has always been something. I mean, could look at that, but hey, I'm open. I'm not going to steal anything that anybody has. I want to be there.
Councillor Phillips?
Sorry to interrupt. I would be, more than willing to let you attend the museum committee, and I would recluse myself from that, if you're okay. If council is okay with that.
Where is that on here?
I'm on the museum board.
Where is it on here?
Good question.
It's on page 2, on page 6 of 6. Councillor Phillips and Councillor Bonifits are on there.
I'm okay with that. Appreciate that. Thanks.
So the ones, Mr. Kraus, where we have not available, is that where we don't need someone, or we don't have someone on there for alternates?
So, your worship, I highlighted the ones that council made with an alternate on.
Okay. So the first one that I see is the Alberta Japan Twin Municipalities Association meets as required. And so, just to catch you up on that one, it's, they met once this month that Councillor Hutchinson and Councillor Phillips went to, because they're planning the 40th anniversary get-together for the Japan twinning. And so we need a alternate for that. Would you be interested in being an alternate for that one?
Sure.
Unless there's anyone else, but we did, okay. The North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance. Did you want to be alternate for that one?
I can be the alternate on that.
Oh, it says alternate determined at council meeting. Do you want a name? This is the council meeting? Okay. Now, is there anybody that's an alternate that is an alternate because we needed alternates, or we've just got the blank ones there? The West Central Stakeholders, so that's Thursday afternoons, once a month, the first Thursday, that would be an alternate for that one that I see highlighted. Is that right? I'm not jumping to the wrong square? Did you want to be an alternate for that, or is there someone else that? Councillor Schippold.
I can do that.
Okay. Those were the boxes we needed filled. Was there, did I miss anything on that checklist? So RMA, the dates for that, for the spring convention, to be determined, March 12th? March 20th. That's why we didn't know. So that's the same day as the council meeting, is that right, or did we move that? Okay, thank you, because I didn't write that on this old sheet. So normally we have 3 people attend that, or is it open to anybody? Because it's RMA.
Yeah, your worship, it's generally limited. It's not all of council, so.
So, is there anybody that would like to go to the RMA Spring Convention on March 20th? I will be going to that one again. I would go to that one again.
Yeah, your worship, so it's typically the mayor and 2 councillors.
Okay. Is there anybody else interested in going to that? March 20th? Want to go?
If no one else put a name forward,
Okay.
I will go.
And then Councillor Phillips?
I was gonna say, if no one else is wanting to, I could attend.
Because we have two
Or-
spots, right?
Doesn't matter.
Did
I
you want
could
to,
do
Councillor Hutchison?
either.
I'm fine
wanna
either,
draw straws?
I'm fine either way.
We can put those 2 down, and if something comes up, then
I think Councillor Schipple
should definitely
should
go.
definitely go for sure, yeah.
And Schipple and Phillips then? Is that what I'm writing down? Is that okay with you? Yeah. And then was there another one that we needed to decide?
Your worship, and that's for council to discuss whether they want representation on the Tamarack Transit System.
Sorry, that was on the other sheet. I missed that one. It's not on our chart then, right?
No, your worship, no, because it was
Okay.
just a request from the delegation.
So, like, my comment is I feel comfortable with leaving it, like, I wouldn't mind going on the homelessness one, because I was really involved in that Stone Soup for Housing. But if the county is taking direction that they're not ready for council participation yet, I would be happy that we left both of those available till further time. Councillor Schipel, did you have a comment? The light is on. You can comment anytime you want. How does everybody else feel about leaving those vacant for a little while? Yes, from Councillor Boniface?
Yeah, I think they're both very good initiatives. I think they're both in the initial setup stages, and I think once they have more concrete and more, something more, then we can look at going on to their boards for sure. But I think right now it's just a little bit premature. But I would like to definitely hear more from them in the future and see how they're progressing.
Did I miss anything now?
No, your worship, we just need resolutions
Okay,
now.
so I'll make the motion in the convenience of time to have administration make those changes to, or do I have to make a motion for each one?
Well, Mary, if I could assist you, and we'll just go through maybe just a motion that be resolved that council appoint Councillor Schipelt to the museum committee replacing Councillor Phillips.
Okay, all in favor of that motion?
Yeah,
Sorry,
I'm not
sorry.
trying to make
So, I'm sorry, I should have made that motion. Counselor Ald made the motion. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried.
Then, your worship, maybe just a motion that Councillor Schipelt is appointed as the alternate to the Alberta Japan Twin Municipalities Association, the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance, and the West Central stakeholders.
Counselor Hutchinson, would you like to make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
All in favor of that motion? And that's carried.
And your worship, maybe just one more. That council approves the mayor, Councillor Schipelt, and Councillor Phillips to attend the RMA Spring Convention.
Thank you very much. All in favor of that? Who would like to make that motion? Counselor Phillips?
I will make that motion.
All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. So, because we are,
Maybe just one more motion,
Yes,
your worship.
absolutely.
That council thank the Tamarack Transit System and the Homeless Transitional Housing Village for their invitation, and look forward to future reports from them. So it's just acknowledging them and that we won't be appointing at this time.
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
Counselor Sirpelt will make that motion. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. So now, because we have guests here that were scheduled for a specific part of our agenda, I'd like to move agenda item number 16.5 to right now. Am I doing that in the right way? And so I'll make that motion to do that. Correct? All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. So we are going to take a really quick 2-minute recess so that we can go into closed session. So we're recessed. Okay, so welcome back to the regular council meeting for December 6th of 2022. Moving forward in our agenda, we are now at 9.3, the Rocky Mountain House Municipal Library Board County appointments.
Yep, thank you, Your Worship. So in the town's library board, there's appointees from Clearwater County. Under the Libraries Act, because it's a town municipal library, the town needs to appoint their recommended members, so we're just looking for that resolution today.
Councillor Hutchinson?
I believe there's an error that Counselor Graham is on the board, not Swanson. That's in the resolution. Swanson made the resolution.
That is correct. I'm on the library board. It is Councillor Graham.
Right.
Yes.
So just, who's ever well, having said that,
Yes,
I'll
motion.
make the resolution. Be it resolved that council appoint the following members to the Rocky Mountain House Municipal Public Library Board. Karen Travis for a 3-year term effective January 1st, 2022. Lori Pratt for a term effective from October 25th, 2022 to December 21st, 2023. And Sydney Graham, Councillor Sydney Graham for a 1-year term effective October 25th, 2022.
Okay, do we have any discussion over that agenda item? Seeing none, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. So, with that being said, do we have to look at the two appointees for the medical board today, or
Your
just?
Worship, we were going to bring them, with council's decision today, we're going to bring them to the next council meeting for appointment.
Okay, I'm like, we didn't do that. I wasn't sure if we should add that to the closed session to get that underway. Okay.
Yeah.
I just thought, well, we're all here.
Do we need more than two? Do we have room for 4? Was that the discussion, or 2 is the max?
Two's the max.
Okay.
Well, I guess clarification, Your Worship, so there's 4 appointees from the town, and by their terms of reference, 2 are public members and 2 are council members, but council has elected to delegate their positions to a public member. So there's 4 total, but there's 2 vacant right now.
I was given a name today of somebody who's interested. So do I pass that on to you then, or?
You already have it. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So if they want to submit their name to Tracy, then we'll bring it all back for council to decide on the 20th.
I think that's one of the 2 names that you have. We can. That's why I thought if you wanted to give that to us today, then we just would fill it, then it can move forward, because it's been a while waiting. Okay, well, we'll see how much further. So, that concludes 9.3. Moving on to 9.4, the RFD for CAO performance evaluation.
So, thank you, Your Worship. So by policy, I'm required to bring this process forward to council in December. And the first step of this process is for council to select which process they wish to use. Under the policy, council can manage and complete the evaluation on their own. Council can have the Director of Corporate Services assist them in an evaluation, or council can hire an HR consultant, or council can hire a facilitator to assist. So for direction today, it's just which process council wants to use for us to bring back further information.
So, when Councillor Fraser was on council, it was one of the things that we thought the process would go a lot better, you know, if we had a third party. And at this point, I feel that's kind of the consensus. And then we wanted to set it up so that the first evaluation of the first term of the first evaluation of next term would function the same way, and lay that out ahead of time, because you're too new at that point. So that was, I think, am I expressing the feeling of everyone else that a third-party review be beneficial at this point? Counselor Hutchinson?
Yes, I believe when we discussed it, it would be the year after an election that we would have a third party do that. And then on a, because it has to be completed yearly, so it would be done then just by council on the following 3 years, is how I understood what we discussed.
Counselor Phillips?
Yes, done by council with a, either a facilitator or staff member or someone to compile the information and get it together and get, I know Counselor Frazier did a fantastic job, but it is very, 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 very time consuming. And it was just to have someone to facilitate us to gather the information, get it together, get it all onto one report.
So with this one upcoming, do you want to just have a facilitator or do you want to hire an HR consultant? Because now I'm unclear. Counselor Ald?
I think at this point, other than Mr. Councilor Schipholt, we should be able to do this in-house, possibly with the help of corporate services. I don't think we need to hire anything out at this point. I think we should be able to do this in-house with our corporate services director.
Well, I think a third party, because I feel that some of our conflict arose out of our CAO evaluation from last time, and that's why we got talking about how we would do it differently for first term of next, like first evaluation of next term, and how to do a separate entity altogether. And does anyone have feelings about that?
That is what we discussed, but I'm also being conscientious of budget, and not that it's not something that's of importance, but I don't know what kind of money that's gonna be, and I don't know if that's something that we should be being mindful of.
Counselor Phillips?
Yeah, I would think that unfortunately for Counselor Schipholt, he's kind of at a little disadvantage because he's only been here for a week. Oh, one meeting, so you got a meeting under your belt. The other 6 should have a good idea of, we've worked with Mr. Kraus, a good idea of what's expected. I would think that, with the assistance of Betty and corporate services, that we should be able to compile the information together and not have to spend that money on a third party, would be my choice.
Okay, well, I definitely want a different form. Counselor Boniface?
Just a question. You just said Betty, who is our HR person. Is it? Director of Corporate Services. Who is that, please?
Betty.
So is the review performance evaluation not a privileged information between us and Mr. Kraus? And would not bringing in a member of our staff make that not a good idea?
Counselor Ald?
I think once we get further down the road and we figure out which process we're gonna do, everybody was talking about doing a 360 and having staff involved in the evaluations as well. I don't see that being an issue.
But so I thought the 360 was gonna be a separate company come and do it with staff and stuff, because I don't feel comfortable working with town, like Mr. Kraus has got a fantastic team. I wouldn't want to create conflict with them after the conflict that was experienced with the last go-round. And I still think it's better to have a third party come and do it. Counselor Ald?
I'd be willing to make a motion that we be resolved, council conduct the 2023 CEO performance review internally with the assistance of the Director of Corporate Services. And if there's more discussion.
Well, seeing as you weren't in that, and I really wish Councillor Fraser was here because there was a lot of conflict come from the way we did it. And we discussed thoroughly after that process. It was Councillor Fraser, Councillor Hutchinson, Councillor Phillips, and I went through all that, and I think it should be done in a 3D, and that it be done by a third party that way. Take the onus off of council and eliminate some of the conflict we've been having.
I believe that Betty has a huge amount on her plate already, and especially with the budgets and everything else. And I agree with the mayor that I thought we had set it up that we were going to hire a third party. Maybe it'd be prudent to direct administration to see what that financially would cost us, and then bring that back to us. And if we feel at that time that that service is, you know, the money spent would not be reasonable, then we go ahead and do it in-house. But I would like to see us at least ask the question, what would this cost?
Yeah, so we would need a motion to request for proposal and then have a couple options, because we don't have any requests for proposals in with this agenda item. Is that correct, Mr. Kroos? We don't have any, we haven't done a request for proposal for this. So that's entirely one of our procedures, and I think, you know, it would be beneficial because we spent a lot of time in that meeting, and I know Mayor and Councillor Fraser spent hours and phone calls and emails working on that. And so it kind of came from her ideas that we did a third party. So we do have a motion on the table that we need to deal with. Is there any further discussion about that before we, because we can't propose another motion until we deal with that one?
Yeah.
Councillor
That's
Phillips?
correct. So, Councillor Boniface, I hear you're saying that you're looking at getting costing on either an HR consultant or facilitator is kind of your preference, to see what it would cost first.
At least bring that knowledge to the table.
Yeah.
Councillor Alt's motion is definitely a good one, like I think we could do it in-house, but because we had discussed and because of some of the feelings that came out of the first time, I'm just, again, trying to find a way that maybe we can avoid some of the same problems again.
So before we vote on the motion, Councillor Alt, did you want to adjust your motion at all?
No, I'm fine with the motion. We've been doing this now for a year. I think we should be able to learn from our mistakes and be able to streamline this. We've done it without corporate services numerous times in the past. We've all been able to just do them. I don't want to amend the motion.
Okay, so, yeah, I think I'm gonna call that. My only comment is that because you weren't part of the process, it wasn't an easy process, and I don't think we should put that on us again. So I disagree with your motion, but I'm gonna call it unless you have another comment.
Yeah, I have been involved in that process before, and in the past, it was not a strenuous issue. It was well done, and it didn't take a whole lot of time.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm gonna call that motion to vote. Can we see that up there? Which one is it? The second one. Council conduct internally with assistance of the Director of Corporate Services. All in favor of that motion? And all opposed to that motion? And so that motion is not carried. Is that the right word? Defeated. Thank you so much. So would we like to put, I like to discuss the motions before we put it up. Would you like to put a motion forward that we get some quotes like, would that be number 3? Counselor Hutchinson, did you have a motion or did you want to discuss it first?
I was gonna put the motion on the table, that, council conduct council conduct the 2023 CAO performance review. Can I reword it?
Yeah, so can we just put a pause on that? I think what we're looking for is a request for proposal to get some pricing. That's what Counselor Boniface was going for. So it wouldn't be any of those. It would be request for proposal to find out how much it would cost to have a third party do it. That was what I thought the next motion was going to be. Counselor Boniface, am I correct on that?
Well, that was my proposal, I don't know if it was my motion, but.
Yeah.
it was my
Well,
proposal, but
you-
I'm not sure where Counselor Hutchinson was going either, so, I'm a little lost, I'll be honest. If we could get some quotes and then bring this back to the table at the next, meeting, I think, to me, that's good. We know we have to do this, I just don't wanna take it very long. If the quotes, again, if the quotes are too high, then we do it in-house. I don't wanna spend a lot of money.
Okay.
I,
Counselor Phillips.
I agree on that, but I think we should let Counselor Hutchinson finish her motion so we know what
So
we're
I just didn't
talking
want to put
about.
another motion on the table until we were done having discussions, because Counselor Boniface wanted to do the motion about the other thing first. And I said I would get to that when we were done.
Counselor Hutchinson and hear what she has to say, and then I'll make my motion.
Counselor Hutchinson?
I'd like to put the motion out there that council conduct the 2023 CAO performance review utilizing a facilitator and direct the Director of Corporate Services to obtain quotes for council's consideration.
That works.
So facilitator, is that what you meant originally? Because we were going to have them do the whole review. Is that sufficient for everyone? Yeah, I just want to see if we have any discussion on the motion.
Facilitator is fine.
Okay.
Facilitator is fine.
Perfect. Is there any further discussion on that before we bring that to a vote? Okay, seeing no further comments on that motion, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. So because number 5 is no longer on the agenda, sorry, 9.5 is no longer the agenda, we're at 10, correspondence for action. 10.1, invitation for Brownlee's 2023 Emerging Trends in Municipal Law Seminar. Mr. Kraus, did you want to address that?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So this is an annual thing that council's invited to. So if council wishes to attend, we're just looking for a resolution for us to be able to register the interested council members when registration is open.
Is there anybody wanting to attend that? Because we did just have a good update from Councillor Hutchinson.
I did the Zoom one last year and I thoroughly enjoyed it, so I would be interested in attending. Probably the Edmonton, yes, the Edmonton one, because I have a conflict on the February 9th. If anybody else.
How much does that cost? Is it free to attend?
Your Worship, it's $185 registration fee.
Councillor Phillips.
I have attended these multiple times in the past, and they're actually quite informative because it's lawyers putting on information about the the topics of the day or the upcoming trends and what's going on. So it's quite a valuable thing to go to, I think.
Did you want to go?
Yes, to the Edmonton one. I have something on my.
Thanks.
I thought I had that on. The Edmonton one on February 16th.
Okay. Anybody else want to go to any of those? Did someone want to make a motion? Counselor
I
Alt?
thought Jane was going.
So did I.
I'll make the motion that council authorizes Councillor Hutchinson and Councillor Phillips to go to the Edmonton seminar. Do you wanna go too? Did you want your name on there, Councillor?
Somebody's driving, I'd gladly jump in.
We would take the top. Yeah, usually I drive the car.
And Councillor Schipel.
So can we amend that to add Councillor Shippold? Okay, is there any further discussion on that motion? Councillor Caprero, Councillor Boniface, Councillor Ald? Seeing none, did you have something further, Councillor Ald? Your light is on. So seeing no further discussion, all in favor of that motion? And that's carried. Thank you very much. So moving forward for correspondence for information, I just wanted to point out that 11.6, the Rocky Mountain House Health Professionals Engagement Team request for funding November 21st, that's being put onto our budget. And so we don't have to discuss it, but I just wanted to pull it out and let you know that it wasn't ignored. Is there anything else anybody would like to mention about any of the letters for information? $11.13, did you see that one? You got a card, oh, good. Okay, so we need a motion. Councillor Phillips,
I will make the motion to accept items 11.1 through 11.13 as information.
thank you very much. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. So moving forward in the agenda, the mayor's report for December 6th of 2022. Does anyone have any questions about my report? So I'm looking for a motion to accept for information.
I'll make
Councillor,
that motion.
sorry, Councillor Wald.
I'll make that motion.
All in favor? And that's carried. So moving forward for council reports, Councillor Ald, did you want to speak to your report at all? Did anyone have any questions for Councillor Ald? Councillor Boniface, did you want to make any comments about your report?
The only comment I'm going to make is, like I attended the RMA convention. Didn't we make a motion in here that we weren't going to go to those anymore?
Next year,
Oh, it's next year?
just the fall.
Just the fall one, okay. Because I don't really get much out of them, like we got to go to one training session and the whole thing, oh, sorry. We got to go to one training session and the whole thing, and it was very informative, it was very good, but the rest of it, honestly, just seems like a booze fest.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a waste of time
So
and money.
I'll comment on that.
Plus, I all tried to get mugged on the way home.
So he was parked kind of in a dodgy spot. We were really far away from where it was held. Anyways, the reason there was only one training is because resolutions, they put so many resolutions forward this year that it went an hour and a half over time. And the courses that you could have took in the afternoon, they eliminated the one afternoon session, and then they only had the other one, which was really good. And so we did vote on that one. That we weren't gonna, because it's so close to the AUMA.
Okay, thank you.
And they are live if anybody who wants to watch them, those sessions, yeah. So moving forward in the agenda, Councillor Caprero, did you have any comments about your report? No. Any questions? Seeing none, Councillor Hutchinson?
For the sake of time, I won't go through mine. I had a kind of busy month. There was 2 pages that got added to, they're on the website, so, or there's more than 2 pages. My ARPA report's there as well, so if anybody wants any more information, they can contact me.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes, I just have of course, my report's there, but just the one highlight is I am on the Parkland Regional Library Board itself, but I was also elected onto the Parkland Regional Library Executive Board again, and I just wanted to make sure the council was aware that I was on that board as well.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Schipple, because today is your first meeting, we just say hi. So if there's no further questions about any of the reports, I think I've got them all. I'll make a motion to accept for information all of the council reports for all Boniface, Caprero, Hutchinson, and Phillips. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. So moving it.
Sorry, if I can just interject, I just have a question for housekeeping for Dale's reasons as to when these have to be submitted by.
So, but we can tell you that it's the week before this meeting, so the first meeting of next month be the week before. But now with December, it'll probably, are you guys closed? Okay, well, that might be a question mark. And then your other one is due on around the 20th.
So
Ti-
Councillor,
oh. Tiff- Yeah. Tiffany and Tracy are very, very good at letting us know when the reports are due.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so that was carried, and now, if there's no further questions, moving on to the action list of 13. Mr. Kraus.
so thank you, Your Worship. Do you want me to go through it for the update, or does
Well,
council have any questions?
I'll just look around with it, with time in mind. Does anyone have any questions on Mr. Kraus's action list? Seeing none, I think we can forgo that. Did you want to highlight anything today? Okay, so I'll need a motion to accept for information. Sorry, Len, I thought you were pushing your button. Councillor Caprero?
I'll make that motion to accept for information the action list.
Thank you very much. All in favor of the motion? And that's carried. So number 14, do we have any administrative inquiries today? Councillor Phillips.
So I'm not sure if this is an administrative inquiry or a notice of motion. I'll put it here first and see where it flies. I see that the county has coffee with a counselor as a kind of a regular item that they do now. And I was wondering if that's something that perhaps we should be doing as a town council, having coffee with a counselor to, just have the public be able to come in and talk to us every once in a while.
Yeah.
And again, I don't know if that's an administrative inquiry or where that should go, but. Notice of motion, okay.
Yeah, so I have a question on that, that is administrative. If we do coffee with the counselor, how does that affect our policy of meetings? Would we have to have the CAO and someone else there just for clarification?
So, Your Worship, the intent of that policy is when a user group or is coming to a counselor to request something from council that requires a council decision. So it would not include, just meeting with citizens or business owners, just to answer questions about the town.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other administrative inquiries? Councillor Hutchinson.
At service level review, that was brought up about having coffee with counselor, and I didn't really get any feedback from anybody when we talked about it then. There was concerns, I guess, about meeting with people. I don't know what it was.
So are you wanting an administrative inquiry or you want a notice of motion?
He's got a notice of motion.
No, he hasn't.
Oh, I thought he was.
No.
I just, again, I didn't get a lot of feedback from anybody on it, so maybe we would need a notice of motion to have discussion because it wasn't received
Yeah.
well at service level.
So are there any administrative inquiries? Okay, now I'll move forward in the agenda. Are there any notices of motion? Oh, look,
So-
Councillor
so
Phillips.
Yes, now that I know where this goes, yes, I would just like to make a notice of motion to bring forth to, I don't know if it'll be next council meeting or the next council meeting, just to have the topic discussion of coffee with a counselor and if that's something that we should be participating in.
Excellent. I'm just waiting for her to finish typing it. Is there any discussion on that item? Counselor Hutchinson?
No, I'm for it.
Okay. Now's not the time to talk about the motion. Okay, so seeing no more further discussion, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of that motion? Oh, sorry. Okay. Are there any other notices of motion? Counselor Alt?
I'm gonna make a motion that council review the travel and expense policy 002-2019, and that administration provide rate comparisons and recommended changes, and just a overall review of that policy.
Okay. Is there any other notices of motion today? Seeing none, I'll move forward on the agenda. So I will have a brief recess before we move into closed session. Is that,
Your worship, just noticing the time, maybe a resolution to extend past 4 hours and then recess.
okay? So Counselor Phillips, did you want to make that motion?
I will make the motion that our council meeting goes beyond the 4 hours as per policy.
Yep. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. So we'll break for a 4-minute recess. Does that sound fair? So we can go into closed session next. So welcome back to December 6th regular council meeting. And we are looking for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Boniface.
I'll make the motion that we go into closed session at 17:52.
Thank you very much. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. So we've just left closed session, and we're have a few resolutions that have come out of that business. So the first resolution I'm going to ask for is with regards to 16.2 for the grant application.
Okay, also make a motion that we deny the request from Rocky Support Services Society for the grant that they had requested.
Thank you very much. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. So moving forward with 16.3, and that was with regards to strategic planning, and Councillor Schipholt.
I will so make that motion, and that's that we move forward with transitional solutions with a budget of up to $6,500 to help us with our strategic plan review.
Thank you very much for that motion, and seeing no further discussion, all in favor of that motion, and that's carried. So moving forward, for the last motion on the table is with regards to 16.5. Do I have to say that 16.4 doesn't result in a motion? Okay, so 16.5, I believe Councillor Hutchinson has a motion for us.
Yeah, I'd like to make a resolution that council instruct administration to obtain quotes for governance training.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hutchinson. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. So seeing no further items on the agenda today, I'd like to adjourn the meeting. Meeting adjourned.